coming through a magnifying glass, being focused to a point. Those are
You can
two
create
different
you can
things.
you can create a pseudo laser as Dennis Gabbard did upon the prior to the creation of the modern laser, where he took a mercury arc lamp and passed the light through a pinhole aperture and a light filter and created coherent light known as the pseudo laser. Now you
So
want to deny that and you think you're
I
smarter
don't
than
know.
everybody,
I don't
then
even. I
that's
don't
on
know
you,
what.
bud.
Okay, well, I'll wait. Go ahead. Go ahead and finish. But I
I
have
mean,
many
you're
questions, and I
denying
don't think
you're denying things that are irrefutable and
I'm not
trying to like
denying anything. I'm asking
okay,
you questions, and I'm telling you that your definition of coherence and the laser's definition of coherent, the understanding of coherence from a laser, are two different things. You're talking about focus, and you said that was the same thing as coherence. Those are
No,
not.
the laser is correct. So the part I would disagree though is about the magnifying glass. For the magnifying glass, you're correct. I would say that that's about focusing, but for the
Yes.
laser, he's spot on.
So he's correct about the laser.
it's
Yes,
with
he's
anything.
wrong about the magnifying glass. Also,
Let me tell you
yes,
this,
he's wrong
man.
about that. So,
Anything,
Anchovy, is it
real quick.
true that red light
Omnivore,
is
please
less coherent
stop.
than blue light, which is what he also said?
He won't. He
That's
does
the
this all the
Anchovy.
time. He's got
So
me
just hang on a
blocked.
sec.
Well, I just want to make a distinction here.
He wants to get in on this. Let's
This
let him do that.
this isn't my fight. I just wanted to correct. It's just it's annoying for the room to have to sit here for you to say that he's waffling when he gave you the exact definitions of what he meant. It's
Yes, and
just
he was wrong about
annoying.
one of the two. Yes, correct. And he's
No,
wrong
he was
about red
correct
light
about the
versus blue
laser.
light.
He was correct about the laser. You said he was waffling, and then you
No, I
brought up
said
the
he's correct
magnifying
about the
glass.
laser. Okay, so Anchovy, just so that you're clear on what happened. He said the laser is coherent. I agree. He said the light bulb is coherent because it goes in all directions. I was
No, I
like,
said it's incoherent. I
right,
said the
right. It's
light bulb is
incoherent because it
incoherent.
goes in all
Incoherent.
directions. Yes, yeah, correct. Because it goes in all directions. I was like, well, he's right. He's right that it goes in all directions, but I don't think that's why it's incoherent. Then I ask him, well, if I focus the light from the sun through a magnifying glass, does that make it coherent? Because that was all about the
It's the
focus.
same thing
And he
with
said,
like a
yes,
satellite dish or a radio dish, right?
it's not. It's not.
Focusing the signal, right, to a small pinpointed area. It's a
That's
signal to noise
focus.
ratio
That's focus.
that's taking place right now, right? So you're not amplifying anything. You're focusing things. You're creating a field coherency, right? This is known as like a 0 point object, be it a laser, a magnet, a magnifying glass, a satellite dish. These are all examples of taking the signal and focusing it to a smaller spatial volume and increasing the capacitance of whatever it may be. And you want to refute this, even though, I mean, every example, illustrates to a T what's being said here. So good luck with that.
From which is he's talking about the beam of light itself rather than the origin source of the light.
Is the beam of light from a magnifying glass coherent?
I mean, me personally, I would say no.
It,
'Cause, I mean,
it's
if
No,
it's
it's talking about
spatially
the
it's
source
not.
it's
coherent.
coming from,
Do you understand the
So
difference between spatial coherence, omnivore, and coherence itself? Do you not get that? Do you know that starlight, omnivore, is spatially coherent? Do you not know that, omnivore? Because you can Google this information. It's very well known, omnivore. I'm
yes,
sorry you didn't understand this, and you want to pigeonhole me into some ridiculous, absurd position that's seemingly not true, like you always do with your assumptions. But
so
I'm here to educate you, and I can drop the links if you would like, omnivore.
I don't really need the links. The question is not about what kind of links you got. The question is you are attempting to school a electrical engineer on how electrical engineering works.
Did I
And
not specify on spatial coherence, the spatial footprint of the field, right? Like you
you,
want to try to pigeonhole me into some
I don't know
niche little
what you mean
nuance.
by the spatial. I don't think those words have any meaning.
Okay, why don't you Google it? Is starlight coherent?
Starlight is not coherent.
I knew you would say that, which is why you should probably Google it and make the distinction of spatial coherence versus coherency.
Okay.
So why
So
don't you go do that? Or do I need to do it for you? Do I need to spoon feed you?
you don't need to spoon feed me. You just need to actually be able to describe the stuff you're talking about. So tell me about spatial coherence versus temporal incoherence. Go ahead. Okay. So the reason
Oh, I
why.
was on mute the whole time.
Oh, well,
I'm sorry.
it was a stunning reply. I can tell you. The reason why
Oh, it
lasers
was
are
fucking an
coherent.
awesome reply.
The reason why lasers are coherent is because all of the rays, all of the wavelengths.
Bouncing off a mirror millions of times and being
Oh,
emitted.
okay. Well, go
Yeah,
ahead.
well, that's what you think, but what you don't understand, Omnivore, is that every single laser that you're gonna get your hands on, do you know that there's a convex aperture at the end of that? Why don't you try removing that little plastic piece at the end and tell me how your laser works? If you think it's just a bunch of mirror bounces a million times taking place before it aligns and is emitted, why don't you explain to me why your laser doesn't work without that convex aperture at the end of that laser, buddy?
Isn't that to turn the coherent light into a focused coherent beam?
Oh, geez. But I thought a convex mirror, which creates, a focused beam of light, isn't coherent light. I don't know, Ami. You gotta answer that one.
Well, that's why I said earlier, I see the perspective you're coming from, because if you're talking about the beam, Dieslow might be correct here. This isn't, I'm not well learned on this. He sounds like he's read up a lot more on this, but if you're talking about the source, that's a different conversation. But it sounds like what Dieslow's saying is like, it sounds fine to me.
I'm sure it sounds fine. Yes, it sounds fine because it's put together from somebody who's basically made a career out of sounding smart. But
Oh, here we go with the
aren't
insults.
actually how those words are
Can't
used,
address the
right?
argument. Can't address the argument, and I'm sure he didn't ever even Google about the coherency of starlight. Made the distinction between spatial coherency versus coherency from his limited understanding, but hopefully he does. Hopefully.
So
Gotta educate yourself, bud.
I am educated, and I'm
I know you claim that.
So you still haven't explained why the blue light moves a Crookes radiometer. Do you want to try that again? Like what is
Yeah,
actually
I did.
pushing? What is
Right.
actually pushing? What is actually creating the push?
There's a charge disparity. There's
So
a
it's like an
significantly higher charge disparity on the blue end versus the red end spectrum of light.
So is it a positive or a negative charge?
There's no there's no such thing as negative charge, dude. Like you guys are funny.
So
You guys are funny.
what is charge?
Oh God, Honey, come on, dude. Do we really need to do this dance?
Well, I think so. I can tell you that my understanding of how a Crookes radiometer works is nothing at all like that. It has nothing to do with charge, because charge is something we can measure. We can measure charge. Charge is a function of electricity or magnets.
No branch of
So-
science has ever defined charge, Omni. Why don't you go ahead and define that for me yourself? Let's see what you got.
I look.
Define charge.
I can go give you the definition of charge, but the Crookes radiometer is made of like paper, right? What is the charge of a piece of paper?
No, it's not made of paper. It's a glass envelope. What are you talking about?
There's a glass around it, yes, but there's okay. So what's inside the
It's
glass?
It's a glass envelope, dude.
So what's inside the glass?
A partial vacuum, and you've got
Yeah.
a wheel. You've got
Yeah.
like a wheel that's
It has things. It has little
you
paddles.
got
sticking out.
Can you settle down, you spazzy old
I'm trying to
bastard?
get you to.
Jesus Christmas. Anyways,
I mean,
yeah, so you got these paddles, right? And on one side of the paddle, it's white, and on the other side of the paddle, it's black. And you
Yep.
shine the light,
Yes.
and in one direction it processes, and the other it doesn't process. And yeah, so what's happening is you've got a charge disparity across the surface of that black paddle. And like I said, if you understand the difference between voltage and amperage, magnetism is on the amperage side, which is like what's referred to as the pop, where the dielectric is on the voltage side, which is referred to as the current, right?
Snap.
Which is the which is the dielectric side. So you've got a higher function on the dielectric side with the blue end spectrum.
So
That's interacting with that surface.
So is it magnetism that's pushing the paddles?
No, I said it's a higher dielectric component than the magnetic.
So how does the dielectric turn into force that pushes a paddle?
I mean, this is the antithesis of what a force is and energy and all that. It's
So why does the
literally the
paddle move?
creation of it,
Why does the paddle move?
because it's being interacted with the blue end spectrum of light, which is
Is it
creating.
giving like a push?
Obviously, it's spinning and processing it.
Yeah, so that's a push, right?
Sure,
Okay, so a push is a force, right?
sure.
Okay, so what generates that force?
Like I just told you, the magnetic going back into the dielectric.
So how does the magnetic going? So we don't detect any magnetism,
It's because it
right?
has a higher dielectric component.
If
That's
we
what I'm
have
telling you.
so so there's magnetism going on in here, but we can't detect it. Is that your conclusion?
You can detect it. I'm sure you could
How do we
detect it. I
detect
mean,
it?
there's not a single thing in the universe that's not a magnetoreactive
What do we?
substance.
So
You know this. Come on, bud.
I don't. No, I think so. I think that you are bullshitting now.
You don't think that everything in the universe is
I don't care about everything
magnetoreactive,
in the universe. I'm asking
be it
about
be it
Crookes
be it
radiometer.
be it ferromagnetic,
So
diamagnetic, or
if I
paramagnetic.
have a Crookes, what are those paddles made out of? Paper?
Everything has a permeability and permittivity
They're
to it,
made out
bud.
of paper, right? I think they're made out of paper. So if I can I push a paper with a magnet?
Yeah, I guess plastic is reacts to magnets too, right now. Plastic.
No, I can't. You know you can't. You can't push a paper around with a magnet. So why does it suddenly work in a Crookes radiometer?
Sorry, I'm being asked questions from other people. What'd you say?
I said I can't push a piece of paper around with a magnet.
Yeah, you can. Not
So
a
if I
magnet
go,
itself, but you can affect it with electrostatics, or you
I've got a
can,
magnet. I've got a fairly strong fridge magnet that'll go thunk when I stick it to my fridge. Okay, and I
no,
take
no, no,
that
no.
to a piece of paper, and I try to use the
Yeah,
magnetic field to push the piece of paper, and it's not going to work. We know it's not going to work. So
yeah. Well,
why is it that this blue light radiance can use magnetism to push the piece of paper around?
it'll work, man. You can levitate a living frog or a strawberry with
So
a magnetic field.
so can I push a piece of paper around with a fridge magnet? No, I
If
can't.
well, I mean, you want to boil it down and reduce it to something
I want to find
ridiculous.
out if you think that there is a magnetism field that is pushing the Crookes radiometer paddles. And the answer is there's not, because that field that I could use to levitate a frog, I could detect that from like two
You
rooms
you
away with a
you
magnometer, right? That's an
you
enormously powerful field. Yeah.
well, that's the problem is you think that unless you can detect it with a Gauss meter, it doesn't exist. But we already see the effects of the magnetic field way beyond the 2-3 feet of your measurable Gauss
So,
meter. And I've
so
already given you.
no,
Don't
you haven't.
interrupt. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. I've given you examples of this. I've given you simple examples that would cost you around $150 that you can do, where you can see the field disparity across a tube set of a CRT tube set television at about 100 feet, which is pretty extreme compared to the 2-3 feet that you're measuring the magnetic field with your Gauss meter with. So if you can do that, and I can do it, and anyone else can do it for relatively 150 bucks, then that should tell you, right, that there's something more going on to the magnetic field than what you're accounting for it to be. You've never defined a magnetic field, you've never defined a field to begin with, and you've never defined a magnet or magnetism. You think you have, but when we look into what science has given us about magnets and magnetic fields, is they literally boil it down to virtual photons. When we look into that, it's a complete nonsensical story. They simply don't know. You can ask any manufacturer of any major manufacturer of magnets, most of them are in China, and ask them to what's going on there within a magnetic field. What is a magnet and all of these things? They'll literally tell you we don't know. They don't fucking know. And neither do you.
Omnivore, by the way, the paddles are claimed to be made of aluminum or mica.
I didn't hear that. What was that?
The paddles on the Crookes radiometer are claimed to be made of aluminum.
Okay,
also-
that's fine.
and they-
Whichever. Okay, that's fine.
They use mica, clear mica and/or aluminum.
Yeah, none of that matters because it's not being pushed by a magnetic field. So, I mean, it just the whole "don't interrupt." I'm going to talk for 40 seconds or a minute or whatever it was is, like, okay, fine, not going to interrupt, but all of that was bullshit.
What? That's not bullshit at all, dude. Dude, you can do this test yourself, bro. I love when people say this is bullshit when this is like literally would cost you $150 and anybody can do this. You can go to a thrift store, pick up a used old school CRT tube set television for probably about 20 bucks. You can get an N45 Gauss neodymium magnet off Amazon probably or your local hardware store for probably, I want to say around 100 bucks. So for 120 bucks, maybe 150, you've got everything you need. And when you can stand at 20, 30, 40, up to 100 feet away, maybe beyond, and see the magnetic effects across that television, you have to explain that. And the only thing science currently says is that the magnetic field reaches far off into infinity and beyond, and after 3 feet, it falls off to nearly zero. That's all they claim. But the thing is when you look at the center of a magnet with a Gauss reader, it's zero, and after about 2-3 feet away, it's zero. But we can still see the effects of it across that television where you're near zero, quote unquote, shouldn't do anything, but we see it. So you got to answer for that, and you can't. And you just acting like you got answers, bro, where you don't. So there you go. Go do the test and explain it to me then.
Can I ask a question about the Crookes radiometer?
Yeah.
What would happen if you had the same color on both sides of the vanes? Just make them white. Would it spin?
Probably not.
Why? Just magnetic field,
Well,
but just color.
you don't really understand the difference between black and white and the wavelength
When it comes to
there.
magnetism?
When it comes to
Matter if it's black or
wavelength
white.
of light, right? And how you have a difference in color, and that color, right, has an effect. That's what I'm telling you.
What kind of an effect?
Okay, so white, if you didn't know, has no color. There's no color pertaining to the color white. White is not a color. Black is an amalgamation of all of the colors together combined. Did you know that?
Okay.
Did you
Sure.
know that?
Sure. Yes.
Did you know
So
that?
then what? Yes. So then what?
Subtractive color. Light color with light and color with paint are two completely different things. Color with paint, all colors make black. Color with light, all colors make white.
What are you saying? Something about pink or something?
Yes, color, light, and paint are two different things. They're two different types of light scales. They're called additive and subtractive. And when you're dealing with paints, stuff like that, all colors make black. But when you're dealing with light, all colors make white.
They
You
make
take
white.
white light,
Well,
you put it through you take white light, you put it through a prism, and it separates into all colors. You can also put all those colors through the same prism, and they'll recombine back to white.
What's your preferred color to huff, Cole? What are you working with these days?
What?
I think Cole has a preference on what color paint he's huffing.
dude, if you're going to try to tell me the additive and subtractive color isn't a real thing, then you need to just
No.
give
I'm
up.
not. I'm not. I'm not. I'm dropping a joke. You're just getting triggered. It's all good. It's a bad joke.
So, but what does if the Crookes radiometer works with magnetism, why does the color of the veins make a difference?
Well, we're talking about the difference in the spatial field volume more than anything. And I'm saying that there's a
So, and
difference on
color,
those on the difference of those spectrums. And when we're talking about the paddle, right, moving one way versus the other, I say that there's an interaction on the black side
why?
due to the fact that that light has some sort of a frequency this to it, right, that interacts with, I guess, the black side versus the white side. I don't know.
You guess?
Yeah, I don't have answers to everything. What do you want me to fucking tell you where your dog goes after it dies too next? I mean, I don't have answers to
No,
fucking
I
everything.
thought you were
I'm
explaining
telling you,
how the Crookes radiometer works.
take a blue laser or a blue LED and a red LED, and you're gonna see a difference in what happens. Now, if you have a different explanation, that's fine. I'm just telling you that there's a difference, and my interpretation of that was aligned with what Hertz said when talking about the photoelectric effect, dude, and capacitance and wavelength, and
Okay,
what he didn't know which was referring to, the field, right? The field, the spatial footprint of that field, dude.
okay, but you don't have an explanation why the black and the white work differently, like why it's pushing the black
I
side.
think I think because it has something to do with black having I don't think it has
All
to
other
do with the
things being equal.
temperature. I don't think it has to do with the temperature, to be honest with you. I don't think you're going to get a difference in temperature between the blue or the red at that level. No.
Well, that would be a good test.
I mean, it would. And I actually had a friend, this guy Daily T, if anybody remembers him, said that he wanted to get a breadboard and turn up the intensity of the red end spectrum to see if that he could get it to process that way. And never got back to me on that, but I got a feeling it didn't work out for him. So, yeah, man. You guys can test these things out for yourself. Like, a lot of this stuff's pretty cheap that I'm throwing out there, and really
Can I
try to
ask?
kick it around in your head and come up with a logical answer, not just leave off with vague little weird things that Google told you. But think about it. Really think about it.
Was it the case that
Been discussing right now, is that the base of our reality, Dieslow, do you reckon?
What's that?
So the topic that you've just been discussing for the last 10 hours, like, what do you think, like, at the base of our, is this it?
What's at the base of reality?
Yeah, is this
Yeah, that's
magnetism, is this the base of our reality? Is this where everything begins?
Oh yeah, well, like Ken says, magnetism creates space and it's measures
God
time,
is a magnet?
and you can't have space without space is the aftermath of a centrifugal divergent wake front. Of that's I mean, if you want to unravel what that means, we can get into that. But yeah, essentially, he's saying that magnetism is the main component of reality.
What was the difference between the blue and the red laser on the flux radiometer?
Go look up Hertz's explanation on the photoelectric effect, and you'll have your answer.
No, but what was the difference between the blue and the red? Was the blue better at moving it?
Yeah, the blue moved it
okay.
versus the red.
And the red one didn't. Okay, yeah. Thanks.
You was there? Mic check. Hello.
Yeah, can hear you.
What's the scientific name for that bulb with the black and white thing?
It's the Crookes radiometer.
How do you spell that? The first part.
C.
CROOKS, and then radiometer. RAD. So on and so forth.
Gracias.
Yeah, but yeah, the Crookes radiometer is what led to the electron gun, i.e., the particle accelerator, which led to CERN, basically, the LHC or whatever, Large Hadron Collider. Yeah, all these things kind of like built off one another in sequential order, but the cathode ray tube came from the Crookes radiometer, which led to the particle accelerator, which led to the Large Hadron Collider. But you know, again, like, oh man,
I remember reading about that years ago, and if my memory serves me correct, it had something to do with heat and pressure.
Yeah, well, temperature, like I said, man, the universe is governed, like Ken Wheeler says, and I agree with. The universe is governed by temperature and pressure mediations alone. That's it, man. And then he breaks down what he means by, temperature and pressure and so on and so forth. We can get into that, but yeah, that's all, dude. That's all it is. I mean, and even like if you were to take something extremely cold, like we watched a video earlier on the Crookes radiometer, you can take something that boils at a really low temperature, like butane or compressed CO2, like dust off or something, and you sprayed it on the glass, and the thing spun the other direction. It like recoiled. There was like a recoil effect. Which is kind of interesting. So yeah, bro. Like temperature and pressure are like synonymously related with one another. And it's not
Is that a real
mathematics.
bird in the background? Is that a real
Yeah.
owl?
I got
Fuck.
doves. I got owls. I got,
Cool, man.
dude, I got all kinds of birds, bro. I got this crazy new one that's like all blue. It's like a sparrow that's all fucking crazy blue, like a blue jay.
Have you got an aviary, or are they just like outside your window?
They come into the yard, dude. I got bird seed out and shit, so they all kind of hang out till the hawks
Nice.
come. Yeah.
That's the way to live.
But the ground squirrels usually like tell everybody the hawks are coming, so.
Have you seen that video of what's it called? Air kayaking? If you search on Google air kayaking, there's this dude that goes to India and he like travels all over the mountaintops and he's like followed by these vultures that try and land on the top of his I don't know what you call that thing, paraglider, parachute. That's just incredible, man. And you can understand how really understand how the currents work when you visualize like he has to spiral to like maneuver over the ridges and stuff. It's a really dynamic system, right? It's not just it's not as simple as sailing, right? When you're going over top of mountain ridges, the columns of air that go up and down. I mean, I wonder what type of refraction what equation you should be using for refraction over top of mountain ridges, right? Check out that video anyway if you search up. I think it's called air kayaking. It's one of the latest videos out. I'll put it into the text chat so everyone can take a look
Yeah,
because
no, I
it's got
watched one.
some.
It was a kite surfer, whatever they call it, kind of similar. And he saved some chick that was freaking drowning, dude. She got sucked out by the riptides into some deep water. And yeah, dude, if he didn't come across her, dude, I'm sure she would have been done. So yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm sure it's just a similar thing, but with a kayak. I don't know. I'm not really into those kayaks, dude. I get like claustrophobic. Like your whole lower half is locked into something that could totally capsize, and you get stuck in one of those fucking.
Yeah, there it is, man. I just put it into the text. It's called sky kayaking. Kayaking the Himalayas.
Oh wow, that's like high altitude shit. That's not fucking skipping across the water. Kind of reminds me of those guys. I'd see them in the neighborhood. They got like a go-kart with a giant fan on the back of it and a parachute looking fucking kite type thing on top. And they'd get going, dude, and like I guess I'm assuming deploy that parachute thing and just take off, dude. Fly around. Pretty wild, dude. I haven't seen them for a while, so I don't know if like the FCC or whatever it was like cracked down on it. But probably did. It's probably a hazard for neighbors and shit and people in the suburban areas. You can do a lot of the math without having to do all this complex stuff. If you want to do it the complex way, sure, I'm sure he's got that too. But point is you'd be surprised at how much math these guys have actually done.
Did you
At
link them to me by any chance, or it'd be easier if you linked them that way tomorrow? Because I'll watch them while I'm running my piece of equipment. 'Cause I got a little thing that holds my phone up that I can just sit and listen and stuff while I'm, because watching probably is not as important as listening to it.
Yeah. All right.
But
Yeah.
yeah, if
I'll
you'll
send
link
them
them
to
to
you.
me, I'll check them out tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah, but the difference is, like, some people, they need to know all of this information because it's going to be pragmatically.
Electrical, something like that. Theory of electricity, or sorry, the history of electricity. And then there's another one that's really good that he's got, and that's origins of energy synthesis.
I'll
So
check
those,
those out tomorrow, Dieslow. while I'm at work. I'll watch them if you,
oh man, I'd
you know what I
appreciate
mean.
it. Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
appreciate it. Yeah, I think you'll find some value in it. You know, at least. And some people are into the math. You know, Eric Dollard's really into the math. I think he goes into it on one of those videos where, yeah, I'm not into that. Some people are. Like, I know, like Omni's really into that shit. Whether or not he's he's gone down the Steinmetz rabbit hole and the Dollard rabbit hole on all this stuff, I highly doubt it. But if he's really into math like he claims, I mean, Steinmetz somehow simplified a lot of these equations, removing the trigonometric and calculus, you know, functions, and reducing things down to a base one where you can do a lot of the math without having to do all this complex stuff. If you want to do it the complex way, sure, I'm sure he's got that too. But point is you'd be surprised at how much math these guys have actually done.
Did you
At,
link
you
them
know,
to me by any chance, or do I need to, it'd be easier if you linked them that way tomorrow? Cause I'll watch them while I'm running my piece of equipment. Cause I got a little thing that holds my phone up that I can just sit and listen and stuff while I'm, cause watching probably is not as important as listening to it.
yeah, all right,
But
yeah,
yeah, if
I'll
you'll
send
link
them
them
to
to
you.
me, I'll check them out tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah, but the difference is, like, some people, they need to know all of this information because it's going to be pragmatically sensible in their everyday life. It's going to improve the way that they can get the job done, right? But like, some people, they just want to be able to get to the bottom of the truth, like the fundamental foundations of our reality. And I think, you know, that's also like a warranted sort of a idea to, you know, to be spending all of your time. I appreciate the effort for sure, because especially if you share your knowledge, we all get to get a little bit closer towards what's actually going on. Thanks, man.
One more fun fact about what we're talking about. And this, I forgot all about this one. If you cool the light bulb on one side, it spins in the opposite direction. Like when you shine light on one side or heat it up, it spins one way. But if you cool the bulb, it spins the other way. So that's directly connected to heat and cold. It reminds me a bit of the Stirling engine, to be honest with you. So a little fun fact.
What's going to happen to the big oil companies if we get free energy? Anyone?
They're going to figure out how to charge you for it.
They'll do you in before it gets to that point.
It don't matter if it's completely free or not. You can bet they'll figure out how to charge you for it. They'll say, "Oh, it's expensive doing the upkeep on it. We still have to charge you the same price as anything else, like anything before." Well, be my guess anyway.
I
Or
actually think
they'll
we're going to have hoverboards, just like in Back to the Future. We're going to have hoverboards for sure.
they'll marry you to a pigeon. Good vibes. That's the answer to your question. Before you get free energy, you'll be married to a pigeon, just like Tesla.
I'm gonna post the video in chat of an example of longitudinal waves in plasma.
So, like, we've got plasma blood, right? Our
Different kind
blood
of
is
plasma.
plasma.
It's not. It's a different kind of plasma.
What's the difference?
I'm not sure. I've just always heard it said it's not like the fourth state of matter.
Well, you got an in-between state, which kind of opens up a weird doorway of possibility known as the critical state. Like what I've been talking about with CO2. You know, you put CO2 in a critical state, it has the attributes of not only a gas but a liquid, in the sense that the mass is similar in how it behaves, like with fluid dynamics, like it has got weight to it, but then the friction and how it penetrates is like a gas, in that it's like frictionless. So the efficiency is like extremely higher than, you know, steam driven turbines for coal production. No, you know, sorry, coal, but you know, those days are gone.
We ought to go back to coal.
Those days are gone with the supercritical CO2 motor.
Yeah, I think nuclear is probably really good, no?
Nuclear's done. I mean, you got to understand, guys, like there's no difference between coal or nuclear in the sense that it's utilizing steam-driven turbine.
But that don't matter. I mean, almost everything utilizes steam.
I know that.
Well,
and
what's the problem
that's
with steam? Why would that be an
well,
issue?
because we've now got something like we just talked about, this critical phase that is shown to be 50 times more efficient than steam in energy production. Yeah, like it's like way better, dude. Like I can create the same power station that you're working with, and make it 10 times smaller and still have the same output.
Well, how's it work? Do you have any idea? Like,
Yeah, I
what's
just told you.
powering it?
It's a closed
you
loop
just-
system. It's a closed loop system. I mean, I can play a video or send you a video on it, but it's all there. China's already
How long's the
developing
video?
it. China's, huh?
How long's the video?
20 minutes.
Yeah, I'll check it out. Just send it to me. I hate to
I
keep
mean,
telling you. I hate to keep
I've
telling
sent
you
you
to
a
send me
lot.
videos, but
Yeah,
I
I've
mean,
sent you
if
a
that's
lot.
right there, I'll watch it right now. Like, if it ain't very long, I'm curious to see what that is.
All right, if you're that interested on that one and you're watching right now, then I'll dig it up for you.
Yeah, I'd like to see what's going on. What you're talking about there. That sounds curious
Don't
and
they say
interesting.
like mother's milk is made from the blood, from plasma? That's what I always thought. Anyway, milk is from plasma, made from blood.
Interesting. I haven't heard that. I'll have to look into that more. Thank you.
Where else does milk come from, man?
All right, Cole, I'm sending it to you now. Get
Alright,
back
let
to
me get
me.
it. I want to watch it.
Let me know.
Yeah. Should be the last one you sent, right? Yeah, I see it there. No, it says longitudinal waves. No, there it is. The
Yeah.
end of steam age. Okay. Check it out. Oh, I've seen this dude too. I've watched this guy.
So China took our proto. We got a prototype over here in the States, small scale, trying to ramp that up, and apparently they're pumping out like, I don't know, 5 megawatts or something, out of a pretty small facility, and yeah, I think they're gonna put it into larger application. I think they're gonna ramp it up, dude. It's very efficient. I mean, there's just a lot of downsides to the steam. So,
Yeah, who knows,
I mean,
right? There's always going to be new breakthroughs.
the
And
pressures are
yeah,
crazy. It takes a long time to get water to phase change, and with a high amount of energy output. This only takes about, I want to say, 87.7 degrees Fahrenheit, or 30 pascals of pressure, to put it in a critical CO2 the CO2 in a critical state and work with it. And that happens, pretty quickly relative to heating up water.
yeah, Dieslow, you've probably seen these videos by now where they use some sort of springs and these permanent magnets, and then once they start this rotation of some sort of device or wheel, the springs get it in this like perpetual loop. It seems like, and it speeds up. Have you ever seen that?
Were you talking about like the Stirling engine or whatever?
I don't know. I don't think it's that specifically, but okay. So people were I think they took this wheel that was connected to, I think, like alternator, and what they did was they had these very powerful magnets, and
Oh,
then
you're saying
some,
using magnets, not steam?
yeah, and then springs. Yeah, exactly. And then they had
Not
these
sure.
springs, and all they do was just to get the thing in motion, the wheel in motion, and then the
Mhm.
springs. But oh, it was incredible. I'll see if I could find it. Maybe someone here has probably seen these videos.
I don't know. There's a lot of like questionable videos out there with, you know, quote
Yeah,
unquote
I think this was before AI.
free energy devices. Yeah, no, I remember. I've been watching this stuff for a while too, where guys take like a spark plug and some copper windings and
Some springs,
magnet and, yeah, and a
magnets.
few things, and all of a sudden it's, they're like powering a light bulb,
Yeah,
like,
yeah. This thing was incredible. It picked up pace so fast. Because these springs basically pushed it back. I'll try to find the video and I'll DM you or drop it in for everybody.
yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stuff you can do with magnets. I'm not knocking that at all, man. I mean, there's actually Ken talks about like a true thing to this pure metal, pure metal magnet, uh, magnetic geometry. Like if you were to take a pyramid shaped magnet, um, it actually creates a coherence, spatial field coherency of the magnetic field. It focuses it into a beam per se, hopefully triggering anybody. But yeah, and there's actually something to that sort of pyramid type geometry and magnetism. There's like some truth behind that pyramidal power, so to speak. But what the fuck was I gonna say? We were talking about something else. I don't know. My head just went somewhere else too quick. I'm getting tired. You guys can knock Ken all you want, bro, but I'm telling you, man, he's talking about topics and things that you can Test and verify yourself. Call it word salad, call it what you want, but you're not going to find these videos anywhere else. And if you do, they were done probably after Ken, because it seems like Ken's got a cult following of, equal haters and equal interest, and people love to steal a lot of his work and try to claim it as if it was their own. But fortunately, Ken's pretty smart about how he goes about cataloging his work and publishing it. Doesn't have all the answers, dude, but he's gotten a lot. He's gotten us a lot further on magnetism, I think, than anyone else has ever, including Tesla and Steinmetz.
What is the blood of Christ? Is that milk?
Jesus, bro. What are you on, dude?
Because that's what the Christians think, right? When they have the little wafer, the Catholics, they have the little wafer and some
Called the
The
endowment
Catholics. The
of
Catholics,
Christ.
not all Christians.
Yeah, that's specifically the Catholics.
What does it represent, though? Is that actually representing blood or milk?
Represents like a deeper metaphysical message about becoming one with the body of Christ, in the sense of his people, right? Like we are supposed to be the physical embodiment of Christ as a whole. Like no matter what denomination you are, like just as like the hand is different than the foot, and they serve a equally valid function in the full completement of the body. They're not the same. There's a difference, and that just kind of talks about, in my opinion, taking in the wisdom of what he had to offer when he was here, not something like to be, uh, considered like cannibalism or some weird shit that people try to, twist it into being.
Before we move to religion, can we do like at least 1 hour of Ken Wheeler bashing? Like each take a turn.
I think there's already been 10 hours of that.
I couldn't resist that one, Dieslow.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
Ken Wheeler's ball.
I get it, man. Like he definitely comes across as, like, I don't know, like he's puffing his chest up, but I mean, at the same time, man, can you blame him? I mean, I don't know. And I don't think he does completely. I think a lot of that stuff is misconstrued, but, and people get threatened, right? They're like, dude, why did I spend, all this time and money and energy going through my educational system to be accredited just to have this guy tell me I'm completely wrong and wasted my time? That's kind of a slap in the face to a lot of people, dude. So, I mean, I understand, but at some point you got to be honest with yourself. What's being said, and, pick what sounds, more logical here. Because I'll tell you right now, particle wave duality, which is, the birthing of quantum, is insane, dude. For anybody to accept that as an answer.
No, I believe in equal opportunity bashing, so I bash them all. Because personally, I don't think any of them have it figured out. But that's just me.
And Ken would agree with you. He said, I think he came out in a video recently saying that, whether it's the evolutionist or the creationist or the, the relativist or the ether field theorist, like the truth lies somewhere in the middle. You know.
Yeah, like there's some things that we just don't know, and we got to be humble enough to accept that.
Yeah. Right.
Or
And
the
that's
scientists that can and have the tools to know maybe are become humble and maybe try to look into things that they haven't considered yet. And maybe that way they can make a new informed decision. Maybe pick something new, change their mind.
yeah. Well, good luck with that. They're not in the market for debates, you know, on things that they've already established and like built branches of science off of. Like that's like trying to
Sometimes.
say Columbus didn't discover America. Like how dare you?
Well, there are, if I'm not mistaken, there are a growing list of atheist scientists that are starting to sign a document against the Big Bang. And, you know, sometimes they see one scientist being brave and they decide, hey, you know what, I can defend this as well, or defend something new. The new research that they've probably seen. Right? James Tour, he's taken a new position on evolution.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, in what sense?
Oh, that now he's challenging it. He signed the petition, dissent from Darwin.org, or there's
Oh
over
yeah.
1,000. Yeah.
Well, I mean, dude, he's been pushing on evolution like for a minute now. So it's not a new position. It's a newer position, I guess, in the scheme of science. But like, nah, he's been on that battle for a minute, dude, and he's done a great job. And you get people in here that just want to completely like refute him, and it's like, sorry, dude, but you don't get to say he doesn't understand things when he's like probably one of the most accredited individuals pertaining to, you know, his wheelhouse being um,
Yeah. His expertise.
he's a oh god, not just a chemist, he's a what's the term, help me out here.
He's
Alchemist.
yeah, synthetic chemist. He has a PhD.
There you go. Yeah. And like he said, like in order to get to synthetic chemistry, you got to go through, you know, biology and all these other things. And
Oh yeah.
um,
Stepping stones.
well, yeah, like so he's got a good understanding, and people want to act like he doesn't. But
Yeah. Do you know what I noticed when people challenge what he's bringing up? They actually just attack his character. I don't really often see them present an argument against what he's saying. Have you experienced that as well, or?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's character sabotage. Like is all I hear when he's got like the highest rewards that one could get within that field of practice. Like um, coming from the British Royal Institute and like all these like, you know, awards that you only get, you know, being at the top of the food chain and discovering or doing something significant. And so I don't know, it's weird, man. People are weird. You know, look at J.J. Thompson, you know, talking about the electron prior to being persuaded with the Nobel Prize Award to change his position to the electron. Like nobody wants to realize that, but it's the truth. And
Yeah, I think there's something called teachability, the willingness to learn, and then the willingness to change. You could be willing to learn everything, but if you learn something that's contrary to what you previously believed, and you're unable to change your mind, that's not really showing teachability. And the unwillingness to learn is another factor that shows willingness to, learn or not.
What you just described is called Bonhoeffer stupidity.
Oh, thank
what's
you.
that? Never heard of that one.
Oh, you're kidding me, bro.
Hopefully I'm
Look it
not
up.
suffering.
Google or YouTube Bonhoeffer stupidity.
Just fill me
It's
in. I've done enough looking up today.
okay. He was a German. They put him in jail, and he came up with this idea, this theory. I wish he would have named it something else, but he called it Bonhoeffer stupidity. And it has to do, like, think of it as once you got your mind set on something, like your favorite baseball team, for example, right? So no matter what information you get, new information you get of this other idea, right? Let's say cosmology. Let's say you believe in gravity is mass attracting mass, right? And somebody comes up with, no, it's the fabric of space-time. But you're so set in your ways, right? That any new information you get, you just brush it aside.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
called
that's what we're seeing.
predisposition. You're like predisposition to automatically, accept or reject whatever fits your, biases, and that's what I'm saying. That's what a lot of these people fucking do. Like regardless of the validity behind what the other side's saying and the application to it, being like having like some sort of practical utility to it, they don't give a fuck. Regardless of what the guy did in history to fucking revolutionize how you function today, they don't give a fuck. It's weird, bro. But it's undeniable and it's happening. What are you gonna do about it? But like I said, I mean, there's probably a double-edged sword there, and I think that with the way that this sort of understanding could spiral out of control. Like, I don't know, man. Think about it. Think about like some of the wildest sci-fi movies you can imagine coming true, and how to trying to contain that. It's like, good luck, man. Society's very fragile, and when you start adding too much of something good, it could turn bad real quick. Technology's good and all, but you got to be able to regulate it, kind of like crypto. Without regulation, it's just the wild fucking west, man.
I posted something for you, Dieslow. Get you started on Bonhoeffer theory of stupidity. It's not what you think. It's not that people are stupid, right? You can be very intelligent and have this kind of stupidity.
Yes, but that applies to you and everyone else as well, not just one person or globers.
Of course, it applies to everybody.
So it could be that in the position, the flat earthers are misunderstanding something and the earth is a globe. It could be. That could be the case.
Yeah, sure. It could be either or. I mean, let's face it, neither I or you have been out far enough to see the entirety of the earth. So we're both
But we don't need to go that
going
far
on.
to understand epistemology, do we?
What there you go. You see, you're just a perfect example of you're taking somebody else's word for it. Now, what I said is a fact, right? What I said was neither I or you have went out far enough to see the entirety of the earth to see the shape.
But
Now
that's
that's
not the
a fact.
only way to determine its shape and etc. That there are other ways to determine something's shape than looking at it from a distance. There are other ways.
So you say. So you say. But what I said is undeniable, right? You can't question that. You can say there might be other ways, but to be absolutely certain 100%, you would have to see the entirety of the object.
No, I would have to have rigorous epistemology and based ontology and understand a few mechanics and understand multiple fields. I don't need to see the entire object to understand the data that show me the entire object.
Well, good on you, bro. Good on you.
There's a monopoly on space.
There's a monopoly on toilet paper. Does that mean toilet paper should be abolished? Yeah. And is it a conspiracy?
What happened?
So if somebody hadn't told you that you're on a spinning globe traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour through this
That's,
thing called a vacuum,
I
you
thought
would
the
have
Earth
came
was a
up.
globe
I'm
before
not
anybody
finished
ever
talking.
told me.
I'm not talking, bro. Would you have come up with that on your own?
Actually, I have come up with it on my own before anybody has ever told me about it.
You're kidding me, right?
No, I'm
You
not.
came up on your own that you're
story I
on a
gave to
ball?
multiple flat earthers on how I figured it out on my own is a true story.
So you're telling me now, with a straight face, that you came up with your own, that you're on a ball in a vacuum traveling through space at 1.5 million miles an hour. You yourself came up
I
with
didn't
that.
know all the numbers and details and all the numbers, but I did determine that we were on a sphere, that the Earth, the planet, the ground was of a spherical nature. That I easily determined.
And that you were moving at this incredible speed and not stationary.
No, I didn't calculate those things yet.
Okay, so maybe I didn't understand you correctly. So you're talking about just the shape. You
Yes,
determine the shape on your own.
just one way where I asked a question: could we be on a spherical Earth? Could the ground be a sphere? And my parents were actually shocked at me asking that question like that, and asked me how I came up to the conclusion, and I gave them the same thing that I would be giving you right now.
And it's not because you saw a sphere, a planet,
Nope.
disk. You came up with this idea on your own.
Nope. Exactly, I did. Yes. By traveling from one end of Canada to the other, from west to east entirely. So I traveled the entirety of Canada at the age of 5, and I had an epiphany during that travel.
You had an epiphany.
Oh
Okay.
yes, absolutely.
Because I traveled from Montreal all the way down to Florida. I didn't have no epiphanies. It
I'm
didn't
pretty
occur
sure
to me
that
at all that I was traveling on a ball.
I'm pretty sure an island in the Pacific to Montreal is actually much farther than Montreal to Florida. And while you were doing the travels, you weren't paying attention to what I was paying attention during the travel because I wasn't driving. I was in the back seat.
So at 5 years old, an epiphany came to you that you're traveling on a ball.
Well, yeah, because I was looking at the sky, and the sky was like curving around from top to the horizon. But one second. Sorry, my cat needed me. So yeah, when I was looking at the horizon, basically the place where the sky meets the ground, or apparently does. I was in my head. I was 5 years old, so pardon the term. In my head, it was like the sky wall. So we're going towards that sky wall, that wall of sky in front of me. But I was also looking at landmarks. You see, right there, over there, that building over there at the far end, it's at the sky wall. So I'm gonna wait till we're there. And then when I reach this landmark, I see that the sky wall is at the horizon still. And then I notice a landmark at that horizon, and then wait for that one. And after multiple horizons, I deduced that the sky wall was not coming closer, and that we were not going to reach that sky wall ever. So I deduced, we must be on a sphere. And that's when I asked a question, and it was confirmed to me that I was correct in my deduction.
I think I was playing with toys at 5 years old, but I can't even remember that far back. But certainly I didn't have any idea of Earth shape at that age. That would be what, preschool, right? Pre-kindergarten. Is it at 6 that you're in kindergarten? I think it's at 6.
Actually, no. Here at I was in kindergarten at 5, and at 4 too. It was kindergarten at 4 at Masset. So I was on an island in the Pacific, at the edge of British Columbia. So I actually legitimately traveled from British Columbia all the way to Quebec, and like by ground, not by airplane, by ground. And that's how I deduce that we will never reach the skywall. And the reason why we will never reach that skywall, no matter how much distance we make, is because we're on a sphere. And that was just basic deduction. I didn't even know all the details that I know now about the spherical model. But I was 5 years old, and I deduced that logically, from the fact that the skywall never comes closer after over that much distance, proves to me that we are on a spherical surface. A looping surface.
Okay.
You asked for it, SC.
When did you
Skywall.
become a? When did he become a cult leader, and what type of cult was it?
Oh, what up? What's it? What's it's in here?
What up, brother?
How you been,
Hello.
man? Hope everything's good.
In a
Yeah, I'm
world.
cool.
What did you think at 5, Witsit? Did you
What's
have any
up?
shape in your mind?
Yeah, I was told it was a ball.
Think
Yeah, I remember like planets when I was like 4 or 5.
I had those things in my crib. I think I had some of those things flying around.
I didn't.
I had all kinds of space and dinosaur stuff at like 5.
Yep, seems to be like the only thing that every like major freaking department store carried was like dinosaur, rocket, space stuff, like, and then maybe blue and red and whatever plain plaid nonsense. But yeah, it's weird.
And comics.
It's like they push cosmology and evolution on us from kindergarten.
They push French, English, 1 plus 1 equals 2, addition, subtraction, and all those necessary things we use in our daily lives as well. It seems to me that like you have a problem with any form of education, and even if the education is the truth. So if this thing that they're pushing is actually true, like if these planets are actually real, then what's the problem with pushing this and giving actual facts of education to children?
Well, nothing wrong with that, but you notice they don't teach anything about farming or money or business, how to control credit cards, for example, how
I
to
mean,
apply
at
for a
school,
business
I had
permit.
economics.
Nothing that actually helps you. Yeah.
I had economics at school, and yes, they teach us the various like we have had orientation also, and that was like from 7th grade. I had orientation and economics. So they did teach us about how to use and how to open a bank account and do all those things. They also taught us all the various careers and yes, farming, agriculture. I learned about agriculture in school too. So no, what you just said is a complete lie.
Well, they didn't teach me anything. Maybe we went to different schools.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
yes, sorry. I can take that, and
they're not
and I will
teaching
agree.
people how
USA
to
has
pay their
that too.
taxes or balance their checkbooks or do like the real things that matter. It's all just indoctrination for the most part. I mean, they got their basic education that involves like reading, writing, arithmetic, so on and so forth. But the further down the road you get, man, it just starts becoming like really blurry from the actual truth.
Then why do other secular countries with reputable universities and reputable education systems, like Canada, for instance, which is very different than USA's obsolete system, because as far as I can tell, they didn't update the education system since like the 1920s. So it's still a factory worker system, technically. So that's probably one problem that you could raise about the education system in USA. But you can't say that this is what's going on in the entire world. So when the rest of the world who actually did update the education system to match actual facts and information and science, when those are actually proposing and bringing up new people who get degrees, who actually get innovations and make new technologies and do actual work, well, I mean, now you have a problem for your argument.
Are you
I don't know.
familiar with the Prussian education system?
I mean, there might be oppression in some systems. Does that mean all systems are oppressive?
No, not oppressive. The Prussian.
What do you mean by Prussian?
Are you familiar with
Mhm,
Prussia?
Russia.
Oh,
Geographical
Prussia.
location
Okay,
at
yeah,
a certain date
Prussia.
of time.
Okay, Prussia. Yeah, I'm not familiar with their system, no.
Okay, so I'll give you a quick rundown on how we're educated, right? In the early days in Prussia, there was the king system. So when the king would send men out to battle to do war, right? A lot of them were saying, why should we fight for this fat dude up there, right? So they were turning back. They weren't fighting for the king. So they came up with an ingenious idea to put the state and the flag. And you know, when you stand up in the class and you salute the flag and you sing the national anthem and all that, that all came from the Prussian education system. Look it up. It's quite fascinating. So that's how our education system came from, the Prussian education system. You know, one
Well,
guy in the front giving.
what I can say about USA systems, it's more factory worker based. And even Canadian systems had the factory worker system, although it's updating it and has been updated over the last decades. But
Well, that's the.
there was a factory worker obsolete system within educations in the West. That's true. But that doesn't make some sort of conspiracy that the earth must be flat then, or that they're lying about this and that and that. No. That just means that there is a flaw in the education system.
Well, I'm trying to
No, it's
explain
not.
to you where that came from.
The whole issue, dude, is education ended in like around the 16th century, where you could, pay to get an actual real formal education. Nowadays, it's all you're taught what to think, not how to think. Like they give you multiple choice questions. You got to regurgitate the information. They're not giving you tools and methods to discern truth. They're teaching you what to believe, right? Not how to get to an answer. And that's the problem. It's indoctrination.
Well, I mean, I received this argument that you make very often in flat earth circles. And when I look into it, it's the complete opposite. They don't teach me what to think. They never taught me what to think. They actually taught me how to think. So there was also like I was using a methodology in mathematics, which was trial and error, which is why, despite getting the right answers, I would fail some classes in mathematics until I adjusted to use proper methodology to actually figure out X and so on without trial and error, because anyone can do it with trial and error or get a right guess. But how to actually systematically break down any equation, well, there's a method to that. There's a meta method to that. And they taught me that method. That's not
Yeah,
just,
no.
you must think this way. This is a method to actually get the right answer every single time, no matter how complicated the equation is. Trial and error will get redundant, while this will just work every single time. There's a big difference.
I'm not saying mathematics is wrong, but I'm saying
It's an
mathematics doesn't
example.
answer
I'm
anything.
using that as
It's
an example.
never. I get it. I get it, and that's fine. But you got to remember, right? Like mathematics isn't really applicable in everyday life, like arithmetic is. But mathematics is more just conceptual math, right? More than anything.
It,
You're never gonna give me 5 times $5, right? Like it just doesn't work out.
in science physics, in my courses in science physics, there were assignments where we would have to do something like make electrical circuits and stuff like that, to where we are supposed to use our own thoughts and imagination and innovation to come up with something different. And people came up with very genius ideas that was really interesting. And that means that they were not teaching us to think one certain way. They were trying to teach us how to think for ourselves and use our own intuitions and our own expression in things. And that's just an example thing. But in multiple domains, yes, every time I would question things in the education system, I was met with valid responses and even praise for questioning, not punishment for questioning. Whereas in the flat earth circles, I do get punished for questioning things.
Maybe
How
you
about
weren't
when
asking
there
the
was a
right
test?
questions, because like if you ask your teacher at school now, is the Earth flat? What are they going to say?
Yeah, they might not have a lot of time within their schedule because they have to follow the curriculum, so they might not be able to set aside the hour, 2 hours that we're able to afford here sometimes on a particular topic within flat Earth. There's so many different aspects to it. But I think you're a great welcome here, Perfect. It's been fun chatting with you personally. I think it'd be great for the flat Earth.
It's nice
Out
to
of
know,
which
like
it
in New
likes me
Zealand,
enough, which it hates
New
me too
Zealand
much. I
culture.
can't. He
New
would ban
Zealand
me.
culture, we have the Maori people who, when they first meet you, they're going to ask you 3 questions. What's your name? Where are you from? And what's your ethos? And that's what I wanted to get from you, so we could have some understanding of your stance on the situation. So I think we got everything else except for the ethos. I do remember you talking about you were a cult leader before. Can I just get some clarity on what type of cult that was?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, dude.
I may have admitted to having ran a cult in 2021. I recall correctly. It was called Gendunism, and it was an anti-religious cult. I was pretty much just using biblical nonsense against itself and writing my own verses of what would be scripturally more convenient for a religion or a god. So it was kind of a satire cult more than anything.
So you're a
Didn't last too
heretic.
long. It lasted like 2 years. After 2 years, I mean, there was nothing big and official. It didn't make any money. It didn't scam anybody. It didn't result into anything too serious. It just caused some wave of conversion of theism to atheism.
Yeah,
Thanks for
right.
that.
I highly doubt that.
Would you ever restart this cult?
Not in terms of trying to make a cult, but trying to share truth and get to people and get them receptive. Yeah, sure, I would like to bridge communities and stuff like that. So I wouldn't mind starting again, but not in the terms of a cult, no.
Oh,
How
good.
would
Yeah.
you approach a deist?
I mean, I need to refresh myself on the definitions of deist.
Okay, so I've got a definition here. A deist, Deist, is a person who believes in a supreme being created the universe but does not actively intervene in its affairs.
Okay, so basically a creator god exists, but it's not like active in the universe. I still
Yeah.
think that it kind of violates a lot of substrateful fundamental laws of existence. So I don't give any credence to it, and plus it is epistemically weak.
Interesting, because a lot of figures over time considered themselves deist, accepted the label, etc.
Yeah,
A
I
lot
get
of people.
But like The universe being God is already a violation of the law of identity, and also the universe being created is also something that to me is personally debunked.
That's good for you, brother, because in my reality, I can't disagree with you more. But I appreciate your perspective.
Can you define the universe? What you mean by the universe?
The universe would be the physical substrate that we exist in.
Okay. And what do you mean by physical substrate?
Well, the physical world, ontology. It's like asking me what's something contingent on. Yeah, I mean it's contingent on whatever precedes it.
So non-physical, non-existence.
I would believe that there could be non-physical substrates and abstract substrates and fundamental substrates and the quantum substrate, just like we have the physical substrate, which is manifested as the universe that we experience.
So you do pretty much accept quantum then?
Quantum probability, yes, it is essential to, and it's kind of one of the things that proves the universe as something emergent rather than created.
Okay. Well, see, that's like the taking over the GRSR, because it does incorporate what used to be called spooky action at a distance, but also is incorporating parapsychology as well. Are you aware of that?
Not sure how believing in fundamental principles to existence leading to probabilities emerging a universe fits into what you just said. No.
Parapsychology. Well, anyway, if you're interested in it, look at the relationship they have and who's working with whom in the different fields.
Okay,
Yeah.
what about
Leonard Trollen? Leonard Trollen created that term photon, and he was in all sorts of fringe topics like telepathy and all sorts of things. But I think that's kind of what he's pointing out. There's like a deep connection between
Big time.
quantum and
Yes.
mystic
All over it.
or mysticism and hokum and Kabbalah. A lot of
All over
Kabbalah
it.
intertwined.
Yeah, the thread, etc. Like the observer problem, which dissolves a connection between two at a distance if observed, etc. On and on it goes. But yeah, like if you are interested in it, dude, I highly suggest looking into it.
Yeah, they kind of it's weird how there is like some sort of like weird, I don't know, uh epistemology incorporated with quantum.
Well, I mean, anything requires an epistemology because epistemology deals with the how you know things, and the ontology is pretty much what exists, and how you know it exists will regard the epistemology that you've used to get to this, and that's why
Right.
logic is one
But
one of the main epistemological factors and tools used.
yeah, but that's the point is I'm kind of pointing out their niche, epistemological choices pertaining to things that, align with Kabbalah and all sorts of weird stuff that, today is just kind of like scoffed upon, or at least was for a while. And now it seems like it's making a resurgence. Like I don't know, dude. I'm kind of noticing it like becoming more popular.
Well, a good way to determine an invalid versus valid epistemology, if like someone uses a justification, an epistemic justification for an argument, if it only justifies the thing that they're arguing for, it could be valid. But if the same argument or same epistemic standard can be used to justify the tooth fairy, then you can classify that as invalid.
I mean, from your standpoint or current physics and science?
I mean, just on an epistemic level.
Well, see, that was something I typed in live chat earlier. Pedagogical inversion equals grotesque incompletion at the very least.
Things being incomplete doesn't necessarily make them wrong. If I have like a puzzle with 1,000 pieces and I put the pieces of the edges all together and I have the whole edge and I'm fitting a little pieces, if the puzzle's incomplete, are the pieces that I placed wrongly placed?
But I
Well,
mean,
how you gonna know?
if you're never going to get to a completion because it's just kind of set up in such a way because it's just malformed to begin with, and it just seems like a fruitless endeavor. And like why would you even pursue that sort of methodology or whatever it may be, and like apply that?
Suppose my puzzle has 1 billion pieces, and I managed to get all the pieces together into the right order to complete the puzzle. I'm just missing one single piece because the time it took for me to make all these pieces together, I lost one of the pieces where it got damaged or broken. So I'm missing one piece. Do I still have a pretty good idea of what's the picture of the puzzle?
Well, are you assuming that you're going to get to the billionth piece? Because I don't know if you've done the math, but if you were to apply one piece per second, do you realize how many seconds that would equate to, which turns into how many years, which exceeds your human life expectancy?
Yes, probably yes. If you do that mathematically, suppose you have multiple people doing it, or etc. I mean, there's plenty of ways to go around with that. So, just on the thought experiment, if someone manages to get to, like, let's say the piece 999,999,998, and they're missing the 2 last pieces, someone comes and puts the last piece, and no matter how many years it's been, they now have a pretty good, and pretty sure they had a pretty good idea of what the image was before that last piece. So, you can know some truths. Just because you're going to be missing 0.0000001% of the information doesn't invalidate the 99.9999 that's accurate.
So let me ask you this:
Well,
what if the tables were turned and it was inversed, and you only had about 3% of understanding in the cosmic scheme of things? Would you still consider yourself to be accurate, even though, like, locally applied, there was some sort of validity to it that you can utilize? Like, would you still consider yourself
Well, is
accurate?
the 3% like the edge of the puzzle? So if I'm making a puzzle, I just have the edges made. I have already a pretty good idea of things just with the edges. So once I have that frame done, or even a part of that frame, there is going to be sufficient information, especially the fundamental information of it. Or if I just know the cover. So I know the cover. I haven't put all the pieces together, but I know the cover. And so I know that tells me where each piece are going to go. And while I'm figuring out new pieces, even if I'm at the 3%, I'm just 3% of the puzzle done. But I know what puzzle I'm building and what pieces I have.
So I don't think if you've got 3% and missing the other 97% that you've got a good stable framework to build from. I don't think that would be the case. Otherwise, that 3% would quickly start growing to a larger number. And right now, what we see is openly admitted by mainstream physicists that it appears anywhere between 76 to 97% of the entire universe is comprised of dark matter. What is dark matter? Well, they really don't know. It's dark.
Whoa! Don't start lying here. Dark matter is defined as matter that does not interact with light. It's just invisible. It doesn't mean
Uh-huh.
we don't know anything about it at all.
How
We
did
know
you
that
define
there's a
existence again?
gravitational effect which requires dark matter, and there has to be some sort of matter that we can't see, but we detect the gravity of it. So mass
How did
as
you define
matter, so
existence
mass,
again early in the
it has to
conversation?
be invisible. That's it.
How did you define existence again early on in the conversation?
I didn't define existence earlier.
Well, you define the universe, right?
As the physical substrate. Being invisible to light doesn't mean you're non-physical. Just saying, you can be physical but not visible in the light spectrum.
Oh, okay. So you can have antimatter being matter and not matter at the same time.
They transported antimatter for the first time like 2 months ago.
I highly doubt that.
You look it up.
You realize they claim that a single gram of antimatter would be worth $2.2 trillion.
I don't know how much it would be worth, but I know that it is a significant breakthrough if you can now transport some without having it collide with any matter, because that would cancel it.
I got a unicorn fart in a jar, I could tell you.
But
Hey,
again,
this is a perfect
if you don't
example of
understand what
what I
dark
was
matter and
talking about
antimatter,
before. Hello, can you hear me talking?
but I was talking first.
Thank you. No, were you?
He's a little heated. It's cool. Just let him steam off
No,
a
but
little
let
bit.
me just say this, right? This is a perfect example of what I was talking about before, Bonhoeffer stupidity. In other words, you have a model, right? New information is coming in. Somebody's telling you that 97% of that model is made up, but yet you choose to cling on to that model. That's a perfect example of Bonhoeffer stupidity.
Well, he said 3% is all you need to
Yeah,
build the
yeah.
outer
Hey,
framework.
guys, you're creating a straw man and setting fire to it. I'm trying to explain how it's a straw man, but you guys want to cling to this twist of a narrative you're trying to shift it to. So we're not saying that we don't know 97% of physics. Okay, we understand physics pretty well. What we don't know to 99% of the universe is, I mean, how many, all the information of the planets, the surfaces of each planet, and all their compositions of every planet and every galaxy, and etc., because there's that many galaxies and planets. We still understand how planets and galaxies, etc., work.
Buddy,
I don't think so.
all that is 4%.
We don't have a direct exploration of going on every single planet inside the fucking galaxy and then every
Guess
single
he's
galaxy inside the universe.
never heard
That's
of
what
the
we
five
mean by the
sigma
missing
uncertainty
99%.
principle.
We're not missing 99% of fundamental information. We're missing the exploration of 99% of what's observable in the universe.
Okay, let me try to say something without you interrupting. You think you can do that? So all what you said right now, all the knowledge that you think that they have, that you have, right? That's 4%. That's 4%. The rest of it, 96% of it or so, is either dark matter and dark energy. Dark matter they came up with because they got gravity wrong, and dark energy was because of the expansion. Do you understand that?
4% of what?
Actually, dark matter is not something that they just arbitrarily made up.
Yeah.
I can explain how they
Yes,
came up
yes,
with
it
dark
is.
matter. It's not just arbitrarily made up. I get the narrative that you want to push that it is. But if you want to steel man the model, you would have to get dark matter right. So the more you say this about dark matter, the more you straw man the model. Just saying.
It's not a straw man. What is dark matter?
It
Okay,
is.
explain to me what dark matter is. Go ahead.
Dark matter is normal matter that doesn't interact with light.
No, you're wrong. You
You
don't
could,
even know your own
you could
model.
touch it. You could, let's suppose that you would have dark matter in front of you. You could touch it, but you just can't see it.
SE said
Like,
you were
like
wrong, so let's hear SE's explanation of what dark matter is. Go ahead, SE.
dark matter is something invented because they got gravity wrong, Einsteinian gravity wrong. They literally just made it up. They even call it a placeholder. It's literally made up something because gravity, they got gravity wrong. Literally.
That's not it. No, that's a lie.
So good.
That is exactly it. I mean,
I
you got to learn your own model. I
explain
mean, what can
deeper
I tell you?
how dark matter works. So they didn't get gravity wrong. Everything in gravity is working fine. The predictions are working fine. But except that, like, at some point, you do have some sort of gravitational lensing going on with certain stars and things in the distance. And that gravitational lensing means that there's a mass causing gravity somewhere for that lensing to happen. So we look there. This is normally how we find a galaxy or a star and etc. We look there, and instead of finding a galaxy or a star that would cause this gravitational lensing, we see void. So there is something there causing an actual gravity anomaly there at that specific location, but it does not interact with light, so we can't see it. But there is something there. That's not getting gravity wrong. That's
it could
detecting an object that doesn't interact with light, but causes gravity.
it couldn't be the same black lines that we see through the ferrocell, even though it's completely immersed and sandwiched between light. Couldn't be anything connected there. It's got to be dark matter and dark energy. Some spooky stuff that we don't know. Even though we see, a causal connection here, we're just gonna turn our heads away from that and act as if there's no,
Well,
logical
if the
connection.
metal doesn't fit, you patch it.
I'm Neptune.
I don't know. Maybe you should learn the pseudo model better.
Well,
because the way you're explaining dark matter, it's just not what they say. Like your
it's
own
not what they say. Can
pseudoscientists.
you post a citation that I got dark matter wrong, please? Can you prove this instead of just like say it? Because it's easy to say that I got dark matter wrong, but can you prove that? Can you show me a source that's saying that dark matter is just some invented nonsense instead of what I said it is?
Well, do you think I'm going to be able to Google dark matter and it's going to say it's made up nonsense? Obviously not, right?
Okay,
but I'm
but
trying to
you
explain
should be
to
able
you,
to find an academic
and
source.
you interrupt me every time, so it's pretty hard talking with you, dude. I mean, I don't know. Like you're not familiar with how they came up with dark matter. Like somebody has to explain that to you. You're in a forum that we talk about this all the time, and you're not. Again, you're interrupting me.
He literally explained it
Get
to
it,
you,
man.
and then you strawmanned it. He literally explained why we came up with it, and you just totally missed it. It's weird.
Yeah, I'm not gonna waste my time with you guys. Good
Yeah,
luck.
please go on mute. Please go on mute.
You know, you're a very irritating person, right, Wesley? You do know that, right?
Yeah, you are too. I get it.
So again, if
Oh,
I
he
look
just
at
tries to trigger people to get them to
Every
crash
time,
out.
that's all he does. Every time, every single time.
Every
That's
time.
what
That's
these
what he
guys
does.
do.
Every time. Every single time.
That's what you do.
He comes up with straw man
You're
every single time.
shameless, Wesley. You're shameless. And you
Yeah,
know
and
what?
you're a narcissist
Witzit's
that
here.
can't get. And you're a narcissist.
Witzit's here. You should probably give him an apology for how you freaking treated him, dude.
You're gonna
If you're a
cry.
real man,
Dieslow.
He
if you're
does
a real
that to
man,
everybody. He's lucky that this is not my server, because you'd be gone, bro. You're lucky this is
Yeah,
Geo's.
that's why you don't have your own server, you idiot.
you could be a real man and actually, show some sort
Yeah,
of
you could
like
be a real man
moral
and not
integrity.
have to worry about people teaching
Wesley,
you.
dude, you got 1 point, and I will give it to you.
Thank you.
You do got 1 point. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll take it.
All right, so back to what I was saying. If I look at academic sources and on the history of dark matter and how it was discovered and came to be, exactly word for word what I said comes up. Not some nonsense straw man version of the narrative you're building up that they invented it because they got gravity wrong. The scientific papers agreed that they found gravitational lensing going on, and then they look at what's causing that anomaly and they can't see it, but the anomaly is still there. And that's only in specific locations.
Look, all you're doing is you're just repeating the dogma, right? If you
I'm
look at it
repeating the
further,
correct answer from
see,
the
again,
academic
you're
sources.
interrupting. Every time I open my mic, dude, you interrupt. Every single time. It's like you can't control yourself.
No, it's because you complete straw man every single time you open your mic. That's why it's frustrating when you straw man every single point. That's what it is. I see.
I get an opportunity
Sit
right
down,
now
little
to
boy. This
give
is a
you
big
the
man
point.
conversation. Go on
Oh,
mute.
he's crying.
The 1 point that you had, right?
Hey, no, I
is
wasn't
that-
asking what my point was. I get it. I know what it is. Thank you.
Yeah, it's the ones that recognize that they're assholes, and,
Hey man, we want to sniff some cocaine.
and the
We
other
say, hey,
ones
straw man, and he's got,
that don't.
what you need? I say, need
That
an
recognize
orange
they're
freaking
assholes.
straw,
Fair. This isn't Earth Awakenings, bro. Or sorry,
Oh.
Worldwide. This isn't Worldwide.
Holy
This is
fuck.
Earth Awakenings.
I didn't know I was unmuted. Sorry. Apologize.
Montreal. if the first thing you would say would be true, I wouldn't interrupt you. But if everything you're going to say is based on the first thing you say, and the first thing you say is an outright lie, it should be fair for me to correct you and say, no, that's not what I said. No, what you're trying to say that I said, I didn't say. That's a fair use of an interruption, because everything you're going to say after that will be a lie, followed by more lies.
Sure,
So
dude. If that makes you feel better, no problem.
That's the rules of the server, so you're doing it right, Perfect Storm. And he does that continuously, so it's tough.
I don't think the beta see.
No, I'm not gonna look. Everybody knows Wesley. Everybody knows what he does, right? So I mean, it is what it is.
you
Well,
said
I
that
have
I
a
was
few questions
repeating the
for
job.
Wesley. I have a few questions for Wesley or Perfect. Do you guys know anyone that actually believes in geocentrism at this time? At least, I mean, they're globers, but surely maybe you've talked to some people who believe in the globe that might even believe in a stationary geocentric model. And what
I
do you
actually
think of
don't
that?
really, I actually don't really know. Oh, actually, I've heard of YouTube videos. There's a pretty famous guy that thinks geocentric, thinks it's a ball, but it's geocentric. I can't remember his name, but no, I don't really
Robertson
know.
Benz?
I mean, some
Yes,
things are
that's the guy.
geocentric.
That's the guy.
If you want to like evaluate the moon's orbit around Earth, that will be geocentric. But Earth's orbit around the sun is still going to be technically heliocentric. But both are barycentric. There's a barycenter of gravity between each of these objects. But yes,
Oh, yeah,
to
what
a
do you mean by
perspective,
that?
you would see some sort of geocentric motion from the moon orbiting Earth, but that doesn't make the whole world and all the entire universe geocentric. That's just a
Can
perspective
you
thing.
elaborate a little further what you mean by the center of gravity, or what you call the barycenter?
Well,
Does
I mean,
gravity does it increase or decrease towards the center of gravity?
it depends on the two objects. The larger the barycenter will be closer to the larger mass and further away from the smallest mass. So depending on the gravity, the discrepancy, there's going to be a percentage and so on.
So between
It's
mass
just
and
at
mass
that
one and
one
mass
point.
two.
It's just that one point between the two masses that is the gravitational pole and center.
Okay, and is that increased or decreased towards the two at the barycenter point, or is it nullified completely?
It depends on the dynamics. In orbits, it's technically nullified, but you still have an orbit, so it's not fully nullified. It's just that instead of like getting closer to the object, it's just spinning around the object.
And they don't ever come in closer. You're just saying they're tidally locked and they're just
In
set.
some cases, you have things that come closer and farther away from each other, as much as you have things that just orbit in a stable manner as well.
Such as,
So it's just multiple case scenario. It's not just one single case.
do you have an example where one's not coming closer together? It's just locked.
A tidal lock, let's say.
Right. Do you have an example of that?
A moon orbiting a planet to which the orbit is completely stable and is not never shifting.
Right. I understand the hypothetical scenario, but do you have an actual scenario, worldly
Personally,
scenario?
no. Personally, no. But I'm not going to make a claim that those things don't exist when they most likely do.
Well, I mean, they claim like they claim everything, which is not an absolute definity or certainty upon anything. It's merely tidally locked, right? Just like everything's merely zero. Like we can never say with 100% certainty anything, but what I've always heard is that it's merely tidally locked. It's close, but not 100%, and
But
everything eventually comes together.
what they have and do and use actually allows them to make predictions. So it's so far useful.
Okay, but again, they don't. There's no example. It's like showing me an example of absolute zero. You don't have that.
Well, I would like to speak up and say if there's a claim of dark energy and dark matter, that it deserves the same scrutiny as luminiferous ether.
Okay, yeah, I can agree with that. It deserves scrutiny. And when we scrutinize dark matter, we do look at the gravitational lensing effect. So we do have the gravity effect. So that's one thing that under scrutiny will always be valid. And then when we look at what's causing this effect, there is something invisible. So there is nothing there, but there's a gravitational effect. I would like you to come up with something better than matter that doesn't interact with light.
Well, nothing from something from nothing doesn't make any sense. That contradicts.
Okay. If I don't interact with light, I am invisible.
Well, we only see
That's not
things
what
through the
you said.
contrast. Like,
Yes, that is what I
of
said.
You said gravity. Okay, never mind. What you said.
There's a gravitational lens effect caused by an object that should be causing gravity, and when we look at the object is invisible. It does not interact with light. Therefore, we can't see it. Because to see things, its light have to reach your eye. But if it doesn't interact with light, you can't see it.
So you're saying that the medium is traversing or propagating is non-conducive
It's not a
to
medium.
light
It's not a
travel?
medium.
So it is an attenuation of light, is what you're saying.
Like your window is transparent, right? So imagine an object like glass, but instead of just being glass that is transparent, it absolutely doesn't interact with light. So you don't even see the object at all. It's indistinguishable from it being there or not there,
So
even if it's
there's
there.
no
The only way you could
properties.
like notice it's there is
Is
through
that
its
what you're saying?
gravity effect and or by touching it. You could touch it. Theoretically, you could touch it, but you can't see it. So it'd be like touching a window that you just don't understand that there's a window between you and that.
Well, now you're
plane.
getting into geometries, which
You can
are
touch
not.
dark matter. You hear what he said? You can.
I heard him.
Dude,
That's
you're
what I'm
laughable.
saying.
I'm sitting back here and laughing at you.
I'm trying to
I'm
be
literally
focused
just
and
chuckling.
recognize the terminology, but
I mean,
some of it's
this is
still outdated.
this
But
is
it
this is the
doesn't
same
matter. I still recognize
methodology
it.
that would have you believing shadows are things because it's cold in a shadow. There's an attribute, therefore shadows are things. Shadows are not things. Shadows are the privations of things being light, right? And it's amazing to me that you're going to
Attenuation.
invoke
That's other.
gravitational lensing
Yeah.
to substantiate something that you can't empirically define and then act as if you
Oh
get
yeah,
so
you're going to
well
talk about
understood.
empirical, of
It
course.
does deserve the same scrutiny. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean that's the antithesis of supporting your whole thing, like asserting
But it
physicality on
holds up
anything
the
is the
scrutiny.
empirical nature to it. When you can't empiricize dark matter, but you want to stamp, the expertise, novel understanding on it, it's just kind of weird. It's weird.
It's agreed
So
upon.
fine, again,
Like,
explain the gravitational effect. Otherwise,
Again, you would have to believe in gravity to begin with, and gravity is not a thing. What you're talking about is magnetism, incoherent magnetism versus coherent magnetism, and magnetism affects the path of light because light has a magnetic component involved with it. It's that simple. So when you're talking about red shifting or blue shifting, or you're talking about dark matter being in, non-visible light and so on and so forth, like all these things are applicable to the understanding of the magnetic field, right? I mean, you could see all of this visibly with your own two eyes within a ferrocell. Like, I feel like you've never seen a ferrocell before. It's a prime example, dude, of what you're speaking about
I
in
don't know
terms
why
of
you're trying to make a red herring and change the subject to feral cells and etc. And even if you were to find a subject that I don't know about and etc., that kind of gotcha is just an appeal to incredulity, which doesn't invalidate anything I said or anything in the actual model, nor the academic science behind it, nor any of the experimentation. All the things that you don't understand are not invalidated by me personally not knowing about one subject.
Well,
Taurus.
I'm not trying to ridicule you, dude. I'm just saying if you were to look at a ferrocell or a supercell and see what that looks like, this is a prime example of the thing that you were asking for. You were asking for something that doesn't interact with light, and this would be it. Like it's what you're looking for.
It's still there. It doesn't matter if you put light there or not, if you can see it or not. It's field geometries. That's what I'm saying. It's not a tangible point you can measure to. It's a point in space. You kind of got to with a lot of things that we study, you find out, well, we got to throw that out the window. Like I used to think we had cold air, and that's not the case. Cold scientifically don't exist till you get 0 Kelvin, right? Other than that, we're just moving heat from one place to another.
Well, I'm kind of curious. How does dark matter feel like? I'm curious.
I don't know, but when we're talking about dark matter, we're not talking about something non-physical. So when I was saying theoretically you can touch dark matter, that would need you to
No, you said they
acquire the
extracted it.
particle.
You said they extracted it, and they were bringing back
No,
samples
I
of
never
it.
said that. Now you're lying. Now you're lying.
You don't remember me
Now you're
telling
completely
you?
lying. I never
You can
said
always
that they
rephrase.
extracted it or anything. That's
You
a
don't.
complete
Sometimes,
lie.
You
I
don't
don't know
remember
how
me
you
you
telling.
may say
understand
something
Z
by
when I
accident.
say A, but that is a complete lie.
You
I
don't
never
remember me
claimed that.
You don't remember me telling you that a single gram of this extracted dark antimatter would be worth $2.2
Antimatter is
trillion?
not dark matter. There's a difference
Dieslow
between
has no
antimatter and
clue.
dark
He's
matter.
so
So there you go.
lost.
You're lying again.
Bro, it's all one and the same
He thinks
thing. Whether it's
antimatter is
whether
he
it's
thinks
whether
he
it's
thinks antimatter is
yeah, I
dark
understand.
energy. Oh my
I
gosh. Dude,
Yeah.
you
I
can't be
understand.
serious.
See,
I
you don't even
understand
know
you
what
want
you're
to.
talking
I
about, buddy.
understand you want to separate them all, but the problem is
He
it's
thinks they're the same thing.
it's all speaking about one and the same thing, dude. These are
No, it's
all
not.
euphemisms.
Where did you learn this? Who
These are
told
all
you this?
euphemisms to hand wave
Where did
dismiss
you read
any
this?
talk about the ether, whether it's quantum foam, dark energy, antimatter, dark matter, whatever you want to fucking call it. Spooky action at a distance. These are all ways to hand wave dismiss any notions of speaking about the ether. This is the problem.
No,
You guys
it's
don't.
not.
Yeah, it
Where
is.
did you get this
So
lie?
good.
Show me your antimatter, bro. Where's the antimatter?
I'm not the person that transported
You
it.
said.
If you want to see the antimatter and
You
have the
said.
data on it, contact the company that was working with it.
No, this is your magical fairy tale turd, dude, of a
There's no
unicorn fart.
magical fairy tale thing. You want you
Yes, it
want
is.
antimatter? Talk to the company that synthesized dark
It's your claim.
antimatter.
It's your claim, not mine. You made the claim. You own up to it. You get me the frickin' paperwork.
Yeah, and I understand what antimatter is and how that shit works. So I
Tell me.
understand how they transported it. So if you
Tell
have
me.
a problem with that, that's on you. Now it's up to
Tell
you to
me.
disprove it.
Tell me about it.
They
I'm all
contain
ears.
it in a vacuum. They have to. They have to ensure that
Uh-huh.
no particle touches it, because if it touches a matter particle, it vanishes. So they have
Interesting.
to use a
Okay, so what kind of
gyroscope,
container
some sort of gyroscoped vacuum, and have it very secure. So it's something very, 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 very sensitive.
So you're already in a predicament. You're telling me in one breath that there can't be any physical particle in proximity without this thing vanishing, while simultaneously telling me that you've created a vacuum so to trap this thing without having any sort of physical containment. You're using some sort of a
Oh, so the
centrifugal.
vacuum chamber is not contained? You're telling me that there's nothing contained in the
He's
vacuum
so
chamber?
Well, you said it
Why are
yourself. You
you
said there.
inventing
You
things that I
said
never
you
said
said
to
it. You
ridiculise
said
it?
there
Why do
can't
you
be.
create these straw men inside your head? This
No,
is a straw
they
man.
use magnetic fields. They contain it with magnetic fields that hold it away from the vacuum chamber sides. Dieslow, come on, dude. You can look this
So is
up. It's
this
not that hard.
so you're openly
Exactly.
admitting there's no particle to support the existence of a magnetic field. Is this an admission of that?
What?
Are you admitting there's
No.
no
You were
particle to
asking how
support
they
the
held it.
existence of a
That
magnetic
you were
field?
asking you had no clue how they could hold something in a vacuum
He
without
just
touching the
said
surface.
he just said there can't be a physical particle near it or it'll vanish. Did he not?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. So what you're saying is that a magnetic field doesn't have a physical particle to support its existence. Do I need to speak slower for you?
No, do you not know what how magnetic fields are done?
Tell me about it. What's a magnetic field?
You don't know?
Oh, I know, but the
Okay, go
somebody
ahead.
that only
If you know, then
somebody
explain it to us. Tell me how
somebody that only
tell me how you can't hold a particle in a magnetic field.
somebody that only defines existence by physicality, right, should be able to explain a magnetic field, surely,
Why
if
Yeah,
it's
go
are
not,
ahead.
you
you know,
claiming that
supported
we
by a
defined
particle.
existence in a certain way when we didn't? See,
Yeah.
you have
Tell
to
us about
stop
it.
trying to project false definitions onto
You're
us that we
claiming
never use.
antimatter, bro, that you somehow trapped without using any sort of physicality and within a vacuum. I mean, do you realize the absurdity of that you're claiming?
How about you look up the paper and read
Yeah.
on it, try and understand it, then come up with a rebuttal to it? Because so
Word
far,
salad.
you're someone who doesn't even look at the evidence and then says, it must be bullshit. I'm not going to read this because it must be bullshit. No,
It's
go
all
read the
Ferricell. It's
paper
all in
instead
the
of saying bullshit.
yeah.
Then
It's all in
call
the
it
I just
bullshit.
Ferricell. Just say
I just like
Ferricell. Ferricell, and
I
that's
just
his
like
escape mechanism.
I just like how I got an open admission that a field's not supported by a particle, but yet you don't want to define a magnetic field all in the same
Particle.
breath, even though the only way you guys define anything is based on particle interactions. So tell me about the magnetic field without particles. Go for it. Crickets? No magnetic field?
Dieslow,
You just
stop.
saying words? You just
No,
think you can
that's what
say
you're
words
saying.
and get away
You're
with
saying
it?
everything is described by a Ferricell. You think we're saying words? Dude,
Tell
get
me
out of
about the
here.
magnetic field, bro. I spent all day talking about magnetism. Why don't we lend you the floor and you can tell us
Does
about a magnetic field?
does magnetic field require massless particles?
Don't ask me. You tell us. Tell the
Okay,
story.
well, you don't understand then. You need to take
We're
basic
listening.
physics. You need to take basic physics before you get to this level, okay?
Okay, we're listening. Go for it.
And not Ken Wheeler's YouTube videos. You should take physics, actual physics, and do the actual testing before you start spouting Ferricell nonsense.
I'm all ears, dude. Go ahead and lay it out.
I know.
Magnetic
I
field.
just I just
Test
laid
us
it out
out.
for you. When you do that, come back and we can talk.
So you don't have any definement. You just like saying words that
Definement? I
that
don't
you
have
can't
any
back up.
definement. What does that even
Define it.
mean? I don't have any
Define it.
definement. Go
Define
ahead.
it.
Definement. What does definement mean?
Define it.
Definement. Go ahead. What does definement mean?
Definition. Definition, please.
Yeah, I'm asking you, what does definement mean?
Yeah, that's all you got, bud. You don't got anything.
Yep. Yep. You got Ferricell.
Word
That's what
salad.
you got.
You got word salad.
Yeah, Ferricell.
You got word salad, dude.
Yes. Ken Wheeler, Ferricell.
You like to say things that you don't know anything about. Magnetic fields and this and that. And the scientists
Dude,
know.
I've taken college courses on
So then you should
electromagnetic
tell
field
us.
theory. And then
Tell us.
you wouldn't understand it because you haven't even taken physics classes, dude.
Okay.
You
How do
haven't
you
done the
know? You don't
testing.
know.
You haven't done the
You don't know.
experiments.
You have no
I can
clue what I've
communicate
done.
with you, Wes.
These are all ad homs.
Yes.
All ad
No,
homs.
I'm being really
These are
serious.
all ad homs. You have
No, they're
no
not.
clue of
You
anything
don't
that
have
I've
the
done or
basic
haven't done.
understanding of physics. If you
This is a
did,
lie.
we wouldn't be having these
This
discussions.
is a complete lie. But anyways, I'm all ears when you want to tell us what a magnetic field
I
is,
told
Mr.
you,
Know-it-all.
take basic physics and then we can talk about it.
So you have nothing.
Yes, I do.
You're claiming, but you're not supporting.
Supporting what?
Show us. Define it.
Well, you said electromagnetic field theory, and there's a big difference between that and field experience and practical application. But I
Okay.
am aware, and I can communicate using the terms and phrases.
Okay. Go ahead. What's your question? What do you want to teach me?
Oh, is there something you're
Yeah,
interested
let him
in
teach
getting to me?
us.
Yeah,
He's the
you
know-it-all.
said you kept saying something about the geometric
Me? Okay, continue.
yeah, tell me what you mean when you say that.
I don't recall saying that.
Why don't
Oh,
you tell
field
us something?
geometries?
Why are you
Yeah,
always just
field
asking us
geometry,
questions?
field
Oh,
geometry. Hey,
yeah,
Dieslow, take a
field
back seat, bud.
geometries. All
Yeah.
right, now this is in permanent magnet. All
Okay.
right, you're familiar with this, so you should be.
Yep.
All right, the ferrofilm we had back in the day when I was a youngin', it was black and white, but it still showed you. You know, it's basically like a glorified iron filing
Yep.
situation with the film. You familiar? All right.
Yep.
Anyway, we had what was it called? Oh yeah, the strength directly related. The stronger the magnet, the smaller the field, literally, and
What do you
vice
mean? What do
versa.
you mean? Sorry, help me. What you mean by the smaller the
In
field?
space, in space.
The
This
field
is what I'm
lines
talking
go
about.
out, and the field lines go out for infinity. So I don't know what you mean by smaller.
Infinity
Okay,
doesn't exist, bro. Nice try.
okay, dude. Well, See, yeah.
I mean, do you have
Well,
an
no. What do
example
you?
of this
No, I'm
infinity
being.
nonsense?
That's what
Sorry.
I'm.
Hey, I know Dieslow keeps going in, but I really want to understand what you mean by the field is smaller.
All right, Buzz Lightyear, Mr. Infinity and Beyond.
A magnetic field is not composed of particles.
Thank
Imagine a
you.
No,
pond. Imagine a
it
pond.
is not
Tighter.
particles.
Ripples in the
Tighter.
Oh,
pond.
you need to explain that to
Nothing
Dieslow.
tangible
Imagine a
to.
pond, and that the ripples in the pond are the photons. Okay, a calm pond still exists when there are no ripples. So if there's no photons, you still have the field. The magnetic field is not composed of particles.
Thanks. And
There's no.
That's
It's just
correct.
LearnTour should have taught
range the
Dieslow
area
this.
of influence of electricity and charged particles.
So
So
good.
there are charged particles making up the field, sure, but the field itself is not made up
That's
of
wrong.
particles. It's charged
Yeah, that's
particles
wrong.
made up direction and
That's
etc.
100%
So
Yeah,
within
when you get
the
it,
field,
when you
you can
get into
contain
quantum
an
physics,
antimatter particle within the
LearnShare just
field.
said it was right, so I don't understand. You don't like.
I agree with him 100%. It
when
is
you
not
when you get into
physical.
higher when you get into higher understandings of quantum physics, they'll tell you that the field
See, that's
precedes
the
the
problem. The
particle.
physics and the
LearnShare, can you
non-physical.
fucking hear me, bro?
It's
There's
so
All right,
good.
classical
you
physics and there's
do it,
quantum
LearnShare.
physics.
You carry the
Yeah, he
load,
corrected
LearnShare. It's
you
all
that
yours.
the magnetic field is not particles, Dieslow. You should take a back seat. He's a little bit
Bro,
smarter than you.
you're an
You're you're
idiot
you're
because
you're
I've
you're
never
you're
once said
you're
that.
you're
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 a
you're
fucking amazing idiot.
Wesley, stop trolling, bro, because I'm gonna mute
In
you
quantum
soon.
physics, the
I had
electromagnetic field
enough
is
for you. Stop,
quantized.
stop trolling.
Disturbances or excitations
mute your mic,
are called
Se.
photons. So photons are disturbances in the quantum physics electromagnetic field that is quantized. Where in classical physics, it isn't made of anything. It's a continuous vector field that assigns a magnetic field strength and direction to every point in space. That's it.
All
So
right,
maybe
no,
another time we
LearnShare.
can actually have a decent conversation, Storm. But unfortunately, we got to deal with this guy who claims to know it all, but would be
I
unwilling
like
to
this
do
guy.
what he just did.
Wesley was correcting you. Actually, he was correct.
No, I never claimed that a magnetic field requires a particle to support its existence.
What?
That's never been my position.
You just asked me, like, ironically, that a magnetic field is made out of particles.
That's
Yeah,
retarded.
you were
You're a liar.
questioning the fact of having antimatter inside a magnetic field because it can't touch particles.
So good.
Again, I asked you to define a magnetic field, right? When a magnetic field's
We were
not
talking
comprised
about
of
dark matter and
particles,
antimatter.
and I asked you about things, and you said literally physics pertains to things that are physical,